Testing, testing Twitch. Testing, testing YouTube. Cool. Okay, so today we're doing A Son of the Moonlight, and I have to show you something. Where is studio mode? I need to get to coding. All right, cool. All right, so hello, hey Parth. So today I'm doing A Son of the Moonlight stuff, and I'm going to do a new feature. So I'm gonna start a new feature here. So now this is the Unity. This isn't out yet, so this is the version of the game I'm looking at. Um, okay, good. So, oh my god. So the problem with Unity is every time it starts, it has a bunch of hitching, but because the animations have to load in one at a time, it's gonna take a second. So basically, the new feature is that thing on the bottom. Whenever you score a goal, now like you have a visual novel style characters that show up from the side, and if you what's the word? If you score if you get a good one, and if you get scored on, you get a bad one. And there will be like voice acting as well once I get voice acting. So wait, okay, that's it. Let me get back to where I have to be. Hey Parth. Yeah, so that's what I was doing here. Um so I'm gonna be drawing that. So this stuff is what I'm gonna be drawing today. Again, just something simple, you know, to get this going. The first week, the streaming schedule, I'm gonna take it a little easier. This is the final one. This is a finalized one, so I'm gonna be doing that. Let me. Uh, there's a lot going on now, so I gotta make sure. So okay, let's make sure this goes here. Should be up here. You gotta fix it wrong. These are gonna be a lot simpler, so I don't have to sit here for like 20-30 minutes just getting it, or like hours getting everything right. Um, but this is a lot of how it is, by the way. You just like you create rough art and then you implement it into the game through, and you have to go through coding. You have to go illustrating. You have to do animation, and it's just a lot of this back and forth sort of thing. But it's better to start like as rough as possible. Like you see how when I draw the characters, they're like all white with sketchy lines. That's to get the timing and animation down. Polish you can do at the end. Um, these are generally just simple illustrations, so I can get some color in there too. But they didn't take me very long. Uh, I think see here I actually this hand is okay. This is fine. This hand is less good. Um, so she's like holding these up. These should be like coming up around her. Made it look like a thong she's pulling up. Yeah, how you been doing, Parth? Like, what's anything new with you? I'm going to. Some of these colors aren't great. This yellow is very dull. It's very gross yellow. Not like as what's the word? Punchy as it should be. So we're going to take that down. Actually, before that, I should. Hands are gonna be a problem. Hands, the difficulty is like faces, hands, and then the body. That's something like that took me a while to get is that different things are just harder than others. It's not like it's you draw something and it's hard to draw in general and that's it. Like different things are harder to draw. Like a Lamborghini that's really tightly that needs to be tightly drawn is more difficult to draw than like an old jalopy or some rusted up old thing. Or like how skyscrapers are easier to draw or harder to draw than like a natural um, a landscape. Like a city landscape is harder to draw just because it's harder to get that level of detail stuff. What am I doing here? I'm missing the roundness on this. All right, but I think that's a little too much over here. It's over there. I think that's good. She has a weird thing here where it's like it kind of smushes these together, but she's also hangs off of it. Um, yeah, I think okay, so I think I'll do this. Yeah, this is more of how the hand should look. Make sure to do this. Like I do this endlessly. I constantly mess up. Like I rush into the final. That's when this stuff isn't done, and then like it's not like it's hard to go like to redo it, but it's it's annoying. It takes a lot of mental energy. I think like these spikes are always a problem. Uh, it should be coming like way up, and then the hand should be yeah like this. No, it should be like yeah straight up into here. No, it's gotta be like It's coming down straight down, and then her hands. Yeah, there you go. The problem is I'm using my man hands here, which are like way too big, so I have to readjust it to be more feminine hands. Sucks. I should actually have to. I have to like pull it up in general. It's not really. I should like. I gotta just do this and guess how this is gonna go. Yeah. So okay. So this is how this is. Okay. So let me. 1 second. I need to put on a 5-hour video so I can concentrate on this stuff. You see, let's turn it. Her hands might be a little small. Her head's also a little big and slanted. All right. Let me. I think her shoulder should be up. Yeah, that's probably it. Also, this hair should be a little more thought. I'm very bad at hair. I just kind of realized that. So there's some issues with the VFX because at this point, having when you score, these characters show up, and scoring, and you have the big spray that's like full screen, so it's starting to take up too much real estate. So I might have to like change the sizes. The thing is, like, though these only come in during a time where nothing's happening, when the ball is resetting. Yeah, it's more like this. This is when you need reference for this kind of thing. I think, yeah, I have to draw through on this because these hands are a little weirdly placed. I think like it should be like around here, and then you can just pull this up. Also shows off the stuff better. What are you doing this time? Hey Parth. So early on, I think I showed it right. Transition studio mode, coding, coding. All right. So these are drawings that I'm gonna do for a new feature in Ace of the Moonlight. So if you look here, Right. At some point, they'll score. It will score a goal. At some point, we'll get to it. They come in from the side, and if you score, you get like a good one, and if you miss, you get like a angry one. And they come in like visual novel style, and that will give you like. They'll also do some voice acting once I get voice acting in here, and that will be what I'm gonna do. Like I'm right now, I'm making the illustrations for that finished. Um, yeah. So that's what I'm doing there. I'm just like actually doing the finished illustrations for this. She's just looking a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward. The posing is a little bit awkward. Stuff's a little bit awkward, but it'll be fine. I can like pull up here. She should be bound. Okay, the entire top part of this should be moved. But yeah, I gotta if I'm gonna get all three of these games up at all ever, I have to alternate streaming days. So Tuesdays will probably be for Ace Under the Moonlight. Are you doing multiple projects at once? Yes, I am. I have three. I have the Platform Fighter, which is gonna take a while. Aces Under the Moonlight, which is already out, so I kind of have to get some features out, and the Red Riding Hood game, which I also should be getting out soon. So I should, I just get to work on that. But like, there's no way if I'm not organized about this, none of this will get done. I should put out a stream schedule at some point, but yeah, it's better. Her head's too big. That's one. No, her hat is too big. That's it. I don't want to mess with the expression because it takes a while to draw. This is probably why they're taking time. Yeah, yeah, they take a while. But you know, I decided to do all this, so this is what I'm getting done here. Gen Z multitasking mentality. Yeah, I'm a little bit too old for Gen Z, but yeah. I just like it's. I get analysis paralysis because of all the stuff I have to do, so I just decided, we gotta organize it and get it done this way, little by little. You can't like finish this whole thing all at once. You gotta break it down and figure that out like that. Will you release them on Steam? So the platform fighter probably this game I Son of the Moonlight is already on Steam. The Red Riding Hood game maybe I was thinking it's just a browser game, so I was thinking just releasing it on a website and on mobile. But I guess I can put it on Steam too. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's just like a very simple mobile game. This yeah, so Ace of the Moonlight I'm just updating. So hmm. Yeah, that looks a little more natural. That's just weird. It's weird that she's like doing that. What is your favorite game of these three? Um, I'm gonna like the platform fighter. The platform fighter is what I wanted to make the whole time. It was like I yeah, that would be like what I originally wanted to make. Ace Under the Moonlight was like I made it because I didn't know how to make anything, so I decided to start with Pong. But my favorite game in general is Ocarina of Time, Zelda Ocarina of Time. What's your favorite game of all time? Every video game. Papa Louie 2. I've not heard of that one. Papa Louie 2. Oh, when burgers attack. It's a flash game, yeah. It's like a platformer. Oh, the hell? Full game walkthrough. Okay, I don't see it. Oh, did you make this one? Gotta go now. Thanks. Also, I'm again the first person to like your stream. Thank you. Gotta be first. Thanks, man. All right. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's Yeah. Okay. I think that'll be good. All right. All right. Let's see. All right, let me see. Excuse me. All right. If I turn this, this looks a little better. I'm I gotta remember, like, do we actually see how much of the pockets do we see? I'll draw this down here, and then you got the. I promise I don't want to draw the bullet bill. Luckily, I only have to draw like this one time, but. Also, this is like the actual look of the characters, not the sprite look. Uh, let's see. I'm still looking for something I can I can draw to. It's a really long. Maybe let's see my liked videos. It's just a bunch of videos. Uh, sure. All right. Right, next. That one. Yeah, sure. All right. Right now I'm doing the bullet belt. I don't want to, but I think I gotta. It's a little close. Okay, so it's not right. It's just, well, I mean, it should be flatter, but it's not like 3D enough. I think I have to get some overlap in like that. All right. Just gotta keep pushing this way too thick, way too thick. That's the problem. All right. I gotta properly draw this. Let's get this properly done. Okay, that's a good one. All right, I think I need to get an actual reference for this. Uh, I really need to. Let me look at my Pinterest. I think I have it. I think I have it saved here. I hope so. Uh, yeah, I'm looking for reference right now. Please be here. Uh, it's not here. Man, I think I can find it though. It's gotta be like somewhere. Hmm. Ah, really? Nothing? Yeah, like this. Uh, you know what? How about I do this? There. This should. No, no. Okay. Maybe. Hmm. No. I need like a. This is where you regret not saving things. Uh, yeah. Okay, okay, we're getting somewhere. There. All right. All right. Maybe this. Okay, so yeah, she's playing with her thumb, not her two fingers. Yeah, it's just a better pose like this. So that means this should be the way it should go now. Okay, this mouth is gigantic though. I don't know if I want to keep it. Like, there's her. It's like right here and right there. This is a little weird because it's an anime face. It's not like realistic. So if I start trying to make it too realistic, it's gonna be like, let's see, let's build that here. Maybe. Something like that. I might have to make this in the final. I'll have to make this like twice as big, maybe. But I do have to draw it properly. So like these have to come in here. The You know, I'm gonna save this just because I'm gonna do some big changes. EF. Nah, it's weird. One second. I think I have to go to the. I can luckily the history part can pull. Okay, so there. It's actually more 3D, I think. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me see how this would work. I think her mouth is too big. It's hard to do this because like you're using in order to make something look 3D, you really have to use the few lines you have. Hmm. I might need some. The game's kind of, but the stuff is kind of slowing down. I might need more RAM here. Hmm. Let's compare. Did I actually make this better? It's actually pretty dangerous, but sure. Uh, okay. All right. And then she has her sleeves in here. I think this is this is more natural, and then she has her hips, and then her here. I also have to like get the shading in, so I'm gonna try to get the shading in here. I think I should just very simple stuff. So like very simple shading. Uh, Hands are hard. What can I do now? Okay, I think this is fine. This is fine. I just get the pinkies. Yeah, because it's just the thumb she's on too. Can't see the thumb, but it's fine. All right, I think that's enough. And I'm. Oh no, it's not. Damn it! I still have to do this. I'm late. It's fine. Thanks for coming every time. Hey, let's go, Gita. Yeah, I'm doing some simpler work for A Son of the Moonlight for the new feature. Uh, Oof. Um, I think. Excuse me. So these are these will show up when the game. Actually, I can show you. It's take me a minute to open everything again. Heat making me sleepy. Oh man, that's right. Same with me. I remember it wasn't had back when it was like 190 degrees something. That happened to me too. I was anytime I went back inside, I just wanted to sleep. Uh all right, so real fast, I'll show you. Again on let me switch to studio mode, coding. Okay, transition. All right, so this is it. That's what I'm working on. This isn't out in the game yet, but you when you score in now, eventually it will score. These two little characters come in. These little drawings come into the side, visual novel style. And if you get scored on, they're angry, and if you score on, if you score, you get a good one. And there'll be also be voice acting. So that's what that's about. I'm just doing this, just making one of the drawings. Um, yeah, I don't like this one. I want it to be the other way. Like this whole thing, because the light's coming in through here. Uh, like that. Like this whole thing. VN style. I love the cut-ins, but was thinking of. I love the cut-ins, but was thinking of other games. Tell me what visual novels you played, if you don't mind. Oh man. Uh, I don't think I've played any visual novels. Ever. Let me think. If I played them, it was like high school. Yeah, I don't think I really played visual novels. They're typically not my thing. Man, yeah, I think I missed out on it because there was a couple back in the 2000s. I remember people talking about. The only visual novels I know now are I know about now are like the one that Melty Blood's based on, Tsukihime, and Phoenix Wright. I think Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton, but I never played those games. You big on visual novels? My first thought was, oh, that's a bit Persona esque. I never played Persona either. I watched one of my friends play Persona, and he told like it was pretty interesting. I really liked he Persona 4. I really liked the talking bits, like when you're just walking around talking to the characters, better than like the action bits. Obviously, because I wasn't playing, but I kind of just did it because I figured like I need to add like personality to this game. These characters, I need to add more to this game. Professor Layton isn't actually a visual novel. Some people even say Phoenix Wright doesn't count, but I'm not that elitist. Yeah, I like I said, I didn't play these games, so maybe because I remember these are like puzzle games more like than visual novels. I'm big into visual novels, but have a lot of series to get into. Oh, what kind of series you want to get into? Oh, I've been watching my friend play 100 Line, and I've also seen Danganronpa. I've never played them though. They don't seem to be my thing. this is the wrong one. This goes in here, and then this one goes in here. I've played most of the Ace Attorney games. All of the Zero Escape games have Danganronpa. Not played, etc. And I haven't heard of Zero Escape. Virtue's Last Reward, that sounds familiar. Oh, that's interesting. So it's also kind of like a puzzler sort of game. That art style looks familiar. Is that? No, that never mind. That's not that was. No, that is Kinu Nishimura, isn't it? I'd like to play the Type Moon games, Fate, Tsukihime. Fate's another one. I didn't play it, but everyone's heard of that game. Type Moon in general. Yeah, this is all. Yeah, this is Kinu Nishimura. Less you know about Zero Escape, the better. Don't spoil yourself. All right, all right. Artist for the last two Zero Escape games is Kinu. Last game had another artist. Kinu Nishimura is a fantastic artist. Probably, probably the best Street Fighter artist. Aki Man is very, very, very good. I just think the problem was like I think he did the art for the very first game, and the sprite work wasn't like really there. But if you look at the original art that they used, it was very good. The original art they used to trace over the pixel work. I'm quite fond of Daigo Ikeno, but I have a DMC bias. I don't know that name. Daigo Ikeno. Ikeno sounds familiar. Art. Okay, never mind. I did look at it. This is the Street Fighter 4 guy. Okay, yeah, I did look this up. Yeah. Okay. Street Fighter 4 did have fantastic art. Oh no, this is which. Oh yeah, I think he just did a bunch of them. He's been in the studio a lot. The Street Fighter 2 art as well. He also did some of the art for 3, I think. Yeah. I remember this Ryu looks hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, he's also excellent. Who? I guess who's the? Let me see. The character designer. Street Fighter 6. Like, who is the guy? What's his name? No, not that. Credits. There they are. All right. This might take me a second. You know what? This is gonna take me too long. There we go. I'm sure cast all casting crew. Mm-hmm. God. Art director. Uh Kaname Fujioka. Oh, Monster Hunter guy. Okay. There it is. There we go. The Monster Hunter guy is doing the art for the for Street Fighter 6. At least some of the character design. I went on IMDb, so I don't know if it's all that accurate, you know? Kaname is an artist. Let me look at this here. That's Gamer Ranks. Street Fighter 6 art director Kaname Fujioka sat down with Game Informer. Yeah, I think this is it. He joined 20 years ago. Character design work. Moby Games is probably the best hyper. Oh, Moby Games. Street Fighter 6. Did not know about this. Ooh, this is great. All right. Okay, here we go. Lead character concept artist Toru Kanaseki. Yeah, he's an artist. I'm shocked. I'm so used to him directing Monster Hunter games that I didn't know he had an art streak. Yeah, it looks like he started. Been in Capcom a while, like 20 years, I guess. Oh man, this is a character in Tokyo Ghoul. Capcom. There's so many of these. Where's Capcom though? These are all from other places. Okay. Yeah, it's Konami Fujioka, yeah. The last game before Street Fighter 6 he did art for was Monster Hunter World. Then the last game before that was DMC 2. Not to say game directors don't get hands-on in other ways. Yeah, it looks like yeah, he's typically like a director, yeah. Oh my god. I said yeah, he's been here for 20 years, but it's the first Monster Hunter game. 20 years ago was 2005. Oh, and he was a director. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, he is the Monster Hunter guy, yeah. Yeah, looks like this is the guy. And he must be like there are two big Monster Hunter directors. He is the first one. Man, the Monster Hunter has been such a consistent like cash cow and beloved international hit for Capcom. He must be like really important at Capcom. These two directors. Let me see shading. I don't really play Monster Hunter. You like Monster Hunter? Because I don't really usually play it. I think one of my friends played it, but I never actually ended up playing with him. I only played Monster Hunter solo, really, but I made two guides based on the game so far: Monster Hunter Rise, a game by second director, and Stories 2 spin-off turn-based RPG. That's interesting. Yeah, really. No, I guess I can't really say much. I only hear about like Monster Hunter is like this amazing game when you're playing. First of all, you have to wait 4 hours, and then like you have to get all this get stuff, and then it'll get a little better, and then you have to play with friends, and apparently it's amazing. But it's blown into like a spin off into like a bunch of different types of not spun off. I guess it's just like gotten big. The oldest one I have is Monster Hunter 4, the first 3DS game, but I'm not that deep into them. Huh. Man, I don't even remember. Which one did I even hear of? There was like one Monster Hunter. There was one I heard about. It was in college, so it was like 10 years ago. The just Monster Hunter and like the series. Thank you. There it is. This would be 3. Monster Hunter Try. Yeah, that was the one. That's when I was in college. Everyone was playing that game constantly. 3 Ultimate. I remember that. Yeah. When I say I'm not that deep, it's because a few hundred hours is rookie numbers. Jesus, it's like a fighting game. Like, it's a time sink, right? It's like, I guess a really good time sink, but it's a time sink, I guess. Like an MMO. Is there not Monster Hunter MMO? Monster Hunter Online. Will this ever come out? It's talking like it never came out. Oh, this is in China. Oh, you heard about Monster Hunter the same time as me. The demo of Monster Hunter 3U slapped me hard. Monster Hunter Frontiers is an MMO. Okay. Yeah, that seems like a prime game to be an MMO. Monster Hunter Frontier dates back to the PS3, but also had a PC version, I think. Maybe Asia only is more accurate. Dragon's Dogma also had an MMO. Oh, wow. That's, Dragon's Dogma. I heard this was, like, an amazing game, too. People really... Dragon's Dogma 2 was, like... I never played this game either. That's, but this apparently is very very anticipated, and what happened? Did it... Positive reviews, yeah. This sort of is an action RPG, right? Yeah, I think this is like an action RPG. I mean, Capcom has generally been on fire for a while now. Wait, Dragon Dogma for... It was made by the Devil May Cry guy. Oh no, this is Devil May Cry, yeah. He was director for one of them, Itsuno Hideaki. Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2 had a lot of DMC 3 to 5 staff. I think it shows, right? Because it's really, like, really action heavy. Itsuno directed both. That's cool. Dragon's Dogma to gameplay. I don't know why it's not giving me gameplay. Let's play. Come on. YouTube, please. Thank you. Uh-huh. 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 Oh, okay. So it's not quite Devil May Cry levels battles. DD2 is divisive, it seems, maybe due to unfulfilled potential. Like, was it like really highly anticipated? Because that might be like a thing. Like when a game gets too highly um anticipated, like it can't ever live up to the expectations. Or was it just like the game is legitimately like not good enough? You know? I think the problem is that DD1 had unfulfilled potential, Dark Arisen, and expansion. Filled in some of the gaps. DD2 is effectively better in some ways than Dark Arisen, but worse than the original in others. Yeah, I guess it wasn't like the straight upgrade people were hoping for. Yeah, I actually I should play video games more. I don't know, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I think that's good enough. Most people will probably recommend that you play the first game instead, not that DD2 is bad, but that is a poor value proposition and came long after the first game. DD1 even had a speedrun mode, bizarrely enough, that looks fun. Oh, had a mode. That's cool. I think you play Kingdom Hearts because I really like Kingdom Hearts. I feel like Kingdom Hearts 3 kind of had that. Like it came so long after, and it was like okay. The DLC kind of made up for some of the problems, but 13 years, man. Most people's first thought would be that Dragon's Dogma has to take 30 hours, but the speedrun can be in an hour, if I remember, making it shorter than some arcade games. Wow. Like, Dragon's Dogma is a full on RPG, but you can beat it in an hour. That's interesting. Must be like turbo glitchy. I should probably look. I'll look at it probably after the stream. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts yet, but I'm very aware that people were disappointed in 3. Yeah, yeah. I loved, like, straight up, probably the best ending in a video game was Kingdom Hearts 3 or 2. Sorry, Kingdom Hearts 2 was like the excellent conclusion. Uh, it really felt like a full on anime. It was one of my favorite games ever. It isn't even that it is glitchy. The game is very flexible from what I know. Oh, okay. So it's like that's cool. I guess yeah, that's pretty indicative of an RPG, right? Like the system is very deep and vast. I'll probably get a KH collection soon, but would have liked a proper Switch release of Square Enix offered it. Yeah, they had that cloud thing, but man, I don't think it worked very well. Yeah, on the Switch would be great, man. I think there. I'd accept digital if it wasn't. Yeah, same. Uh, yeah, the cloud was a problem. I think they're coming though. I think like a lot of like PlayStation exclusives might be coming to Switch. Maybe. I hope Kingdom Hearts would just be perfect for it though. Especially Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and 3 and all of them. 2.8, whatever it was. It's just surprised cloud infrastructure hasn't gotten a good enough, or streaming games I guess hasn't gotten good enough even now. I remember back in the day, was it like the it wasn't Google, it was another one that like spectacularly failed. I think it started with S. No, it might have been the Google one. That was the one that started with S. I think it'd be cool if someone could make it work without the lag. Knowing Square, it'd be a key card, but I will go for GOG, Steam, or PS4/5 if need be. Yeah. Stadia, that was it. Yeah. Yeah. Google Stadia, it was that one. Yeah, that was. had some promise, but I guess it just never panned out. I think like cloud, if they get cloud gaming, and then they could have like if Sony or Xbox or Nintendo, they could release their consoles and their big consoles, and you can play them there. But they can always release a weaker uh portable version that's like all on the cloud. So like because you don't need the heavy processing power if you're just streaming a game, I guess. Um maybe that could be something they could do. It would expand a lot of things, I think. But you just need like perfect cloud infrastructure. And you don't need to necessarily eliminate every single frame of lag. It's just like because if you play online in fighting games, a lot of them have baked in 3 frame lag, even for rollback, but particularly for rollback. The PS5 already has something like that, doesn't it? It might. You know what? Again, I don't play games anymore. Yeah, PS5 cloud gaming. Cloud game streaming beta on PS Portal. Okay. But they should like put it on a. I think they should put it on a portable system. I guess they're just. I guess they're just not very PS5 Portal. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess they don't want to do like a PS Vita situation again. But I gotta bet that their next system has got to be like. It's got to have like a portable aspect to it. I think Xbox has like teamed up with the ROG or is part of that, and the ROG Ally, I think. So I think it's moving in that direction. All right. Let me let me focus a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I think I have no plans to bring this to these games to console, but I think like obviously that the Red Riding Hood game that could obviously do okay on these consoles, mostly phones. Ace Under the Moonlight was originally supposed to be a very simple flash game that could also be ported to mobile. Uh, a platform fighter. Who knows? I can see cloud infrastructure improving, but have doubts about the stable networks and great netcode playing along on a wide scale. Games are increasingly multiplayer and real time. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it has to be the net has to be good everywhere, not just like where people live. What's that video game? Oh yeah, the platform fighter. Like I feel like I can't remember because I broke my 3DS the pad like everyone did for Smash. I feel like platform fighters in Smash I would just break everything if I played it. Like I sat here and played it like this. So I just break the controllers because I just play too hard. Browser is also a great place to have games, not just console, mobile, and PC via app. Yeah, yeah. I feel like browser games have. You know what? That's not true. I think like they don't get talked about as much, but yeah, there's plenty of browser games. I think itch.io has a whole section for browser games. So, yeah, I wanna try to just the Red Riding Hood game is just a bunch of HTML. So I think I saw some indie fighter sort of pop off, which is browser based. You know, I should look into that. But I think I remember isn't Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, isn't that the browser based version? So I remember like that was pretty interesting. Let me see a browser based indie game. Wait, is it that Footsies? Or was it Super Smash Flash? Pretty sure that was one of them, but I don't know if Stickman fighting each was there. Hmm. Might have been Stick Fight, Stickman or whatever it is. Tough Love Arena. Tough Love Arena was it a new browser based fighting game? It was this one. I don't think there is a Street Fighter 2 variant which is browser based. I know Sejam covered the game. I was thinking, yeah, it was Tough Love Arena. Yeah, I do remember this one. This was a fun looking game. I should actually look at it. Yeah, Tough Love Arena is the one. That was a fun. The character design was pretty fun. Like it was all like food names. Beef, onion, all that. That was really interesting. They gave them a little personality with their very simple art. Fun sound design too. Like it was all done with the mouth. Um, this is all like this. 1 second. It's a little more difficult. Man, what else is like? I think thing is like I'm pretty new to all this coding stuff and I'm learning on as I go. So even for stuff like the Red Riding Hood game is fairly simple, but it's JavaScript. So like I have to get to React Native to understand how that will work and how to adjust for iPhone, Android, etc. I still haven't gotten there. I'm still just making the art for it. I assume you're too busy making stuff to watch videos about platform fighters as well. Man, I procrastinate a lot. It's a big problem, but I do watch videos about platform fighters, especially with Software Neos. I watch quite a bit. Who else? Basically, a lot of what I know about other platform fighters is what I watch in these videos. Like I've been watching a bunch of Rivals 2 stuff, um, a bunch of multiverses stuff. Unfortunately, I watch that like people make the videos when the games die. So there's a lot of retrospectives, a lot of like, that sort of thing. Um, so yeah, I watch quite a few videos. Um, I guess I don't know a lot of like I don't watch a wide range of them. I don't go out looking for here are the new platform fighter coming out now and here's a video on it. Um, but yeah, I do watch them. I basically watch what Software Neo does and shares in community posts on occasion as well. Yeah, he does a lot of good work. Sometimes I'll look into the Combo Devils. That was another one. Um, that's probably the most polished one, which I feel a lot of people miss when trying to compete with Nintendo. It's like you gotta have the polish, man. If you want something to succeed like that. What's your favorite? Oh, yeah, Combo Devils is easily one of the most polished games under the subgenre. Yeah, and it's unique, and it has like. Hopefully, we'll have like extra modes. I'm pretty sure it does. I think so. But items are another thing, man. You should put items in these games. I don't. That's gonna like quadruple the workload though. But at least like for DLC and stuff, like add some items. I think the big issue is gonna be like if you want casuals in the game, and you it has a co-op roguelite mode and combo. That's right, there is a single player sort of like a co-op mode. Yeah. See, that's a good idea, but I feel like a lot of people in all fighting games, especially indie fighting games, they can end up banking on their mechanics a lot. But I feel like casuals aren't gonna get to the good mechanics. They'll get like they'll maybe understand 10% of your game. So and that probably won't be enough for keeping them on for a while. I think the problem goes beyond polish for games being noticed. Yeah, like that was also marketing. Like you really have to like come out the gate very different if you're not gonna lose the Smash clone epitaph people put on things. Yeah, but you got like I think you need more modes and stuff. More modes, more like items, more things. You know, really funny if they get Goku, like just do the thing that like Nintendo just won't do. If Multiverses got Goku, I think they were trying to get him, but they said like it's a flat 20 million to get Goku, so they said no. I think you were going to ask what my favorite platformer from Plat Fighter is or favorite indie. Yeah, what is your favorite Plat Fighter? I was asking that. Sorry, I forgot. What is your favorite platform fighter? Favorite Smash one is Smash 3DS. Smash one carries absolutely the the most based opinion. Favorite non-Smash one is Slap City. Oh, that's right. I should be looking at Slap City more. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. Hang on. Let's just add that big old to-do list I have. That. All right. Look. Slap. City. What? No. What the hell? Yeah. I didn't play Slap City because I didn't like the how it looked, and that's really important to me. How games look. I'm actually not much of a gameplay guy, weirdly. Um, Mostly because I think I said it before, like gameplay just kind of it breaks down, especially in fighting games. It breaks down after a while. Like you get to the broken stuff and things get less fun. I guess let me hang on. Let me get this video going and then I can. Yeah. So it's like this for me. There's like I might have explained this before. Sometimes I think that small changes could have a big impact. Like if Slap City marketed the volleyball mode more, or if there was a speedrun scene, it could be closer to Rivals in popularity. Yeah, I think what Rivals did was that he was very good, very, 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 very good at community building. Dan Fornacy, because he like constantly made platform fighters, um, little projects, and he built up a community around himself about platform fighters. And then he released Rivals and kept building it. And then he did like Rivals Workshop, which is like for the community. So I feel like it takes like a long time though. It's like took him a while to get that stuff going. But yeah, I think like if the game like kept any game kept like building the community, it will have more reach on social media. Because people like being a part of something. It's the main thing. But the way I look at it was like, okay, so there's casuals. And casuals are like 90% of the thing. Then we had Rivals direct an April Fool game. That's right. They made entire games as jokes. So anyway, casuals, let's say they're you have casuals and that's like whatever, like 10 hours or like let's say even 100 hours just for fun. Then you have like low level. Then you have mid level. And then there's high level. And then there's a top. For me, games don't get fun until like here. Where you like know the gameplay doesn't get like good for fighting games until here. And that's because like what's the word? 800 hours in, or like hundreds of hours, several hundred of hours in. Like 300 plus hours. That's when you start to have fun with fighting games. This part is like a grind and it's very boring. But after this, it's like it's really good, and then at some point it becomes like you hit a brick wall. It's like, do you want to really play this game? Like, you're gonna have to deal with the top tiers, the broken balance. Like, this is the problem for me. Like, I like to when it's around here. That's when the games get good, for me anyway. Fighting games get good. It's a big problem for me to get into them. Because like they don't help you with the initial grind either. Very bad tutorials, etc. No modes. Your illustration is why I don't play online. Yeah. Yeah, it's grindy, man. I remember. Oh man. I think the last game like I really tried to grind where I like didn't really have any understanding was Xrd. Because like Smash Legacy skill I can I can get away with a lot, but Guilty Gear, I was trying. I don't think I ever. I think I quit a little while before. And like it's like when I say mid level, I'll just leave that on there. When I say mid level, this is like having a working knowledge of all your matchups, or all the relevant matchups. Can do all the bread and butters easily. Can do some character specific combos. Okay, not necessarily optimal, but you know them, and you have a working knowledge of all of this, and you can do it physically consistently. Then you can get to here. Like then you can start to be mediocre. 300 hours in. Like tutorials and stuff is very important here. Let me get this zipper going. I mean, mostly I didn't play. I stopped playing online because I play Smash in the horrific online modes. Oh, with the lag. Oh my god. What fighting games do you think had the best tutorials or onboarding tools? So I didn't play this one, but I think way back in the day, VF3, there was a version of one of the older VF games that had like everything, frame data, like character tutorials. But I do think that Smash is gonna have the best ones. I could only tolerate Brawl to Smash 4 online when I had free time and free online. Yeah, absolutely. Free online was the big one. I ain't paying for that shit. Absolutely not. Um, if we're talking about the best fighting games in general, also it's gonna be Smash because of all the modes that you can practice on. Um, Xrd had this mode. Sorry, Rev 2. Xrd Rev 2 had this mode where it would teach you advanced techniques like cranking risk or like punishing aerials and stuff. It was like these really specific trials you had to do, punishing certain attacks. What was it? Air throws, all that. VF4 Evo is apparently legendary for teaching tools. Yeah, that was the one that had everything. All way back in the day. I think anytime people talk about how I think Tekken 7 like had you pay for frame data, I remember people talking about bringing up VF4 like because it was like had everything way back in the day. VF is definitely the underrated gem of like the famous games, the ones that still survive. I wouldn't say like it's that underrated because it is very popular, but I think. Do you know any games that are like really good for teaching that early level grind? For me, Smash, Race to the Finish, Break the Targets, Race to the Finish should come back. Has a huge leg up. Slap City also has a great series of campaigns with character specific challenges for most of the cast. Slap City also. And I should really look into Slap City. You can't finish Slap City's campaign while doing collectibles without learning a lot and unlocking tooltips you can read. And okay. Without learning and unlocking tooltips you can read. Yeah. See, you know, let me look at it right now. You don't need to 100% to get stuff, but if you do, you'll get even more music and palette swaps. Ah, that's good. You know what's crazy? They're selling palette swaps now. Like I remember there was a game that sold palette swaps. I felt, what was it? Was it Guilty Gear? It might have been. As DLC. Oh no, it was freaking I think it was Overwatch. What am I saying? Whatever. I feel like single player is the place, you know, to teach people stuff. Like, I assume you've never played a game by Ludosity as well. I haven't actually. I didn't know Slap City were characters from Ludosity because I never heard of Ludosity. Let me see. Try to look them up. Arxis have been selling palette swaps since BlazBlue. This is a problem. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't think I've played any of these games. Nope, nope, nope. I think Ludosity are an indie studio that's been around for 20 years or so. Slap City is a crossover of their games. Yeah, I heard there was like all their characters. Um, yeah, this game is very well liked. Think Way Forward, but more niche. Okay, yeah. Way Forward, I remember for Shantae. They made a bunch of stuff a few years ago. What was? Oh my god, the firefighter game, the rescue squad. Right? That was it. It was. I recommend It'll Do as an entry point. Okay. No, it was like there was a Way Forward game, Rescue Rangers, Mighty Switch Force 2. Okay, yeah, that was it. Yeah, this is all pretty old at this point. Yeah, I remember this. Mighty Switch Force 2 is the firefighter one, and I assume the first one is the police one. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this one, like Slap City, is a fully realized one. My favorite Way Forward games are still Mighty Switch Force games. I should actually play them. I don't think I ever actually played. Did I? I think I hit. Did I have? I played it on 3DS. I think. I don't know. It's been too long. I didn't play it for long. That's for sure. Let's see, it'll do. Games. Like this. Shantae 1 was rough for me when I started, so I never caught up. I think they remade the Shantae games in their style. WayForward have a collection of all their Mighty Switch Force games. One is actually a platform fighter. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so it'll do is like a Zelda game. And more like a oh, it's like a Zelda game. I have a curse of wanting to play first entries. The result, not catching up on Metroid or Shantae. Oh man, Metroid Dread is so good though. It'll Do is more puzzle focused than Zelda, but it had a lot of top down Zelda influence. Metroid Dread's demo is great, but I don't skip. Man, you gotta get on that first one. Oh, you could play Zero Mission. I think Zero Mission is a remake of the first one, and it's like, the controls are better. I'm pretty sure, right? Metroid Zero Mission. Right. But it retells it is a remake of the original Metroid and retells the story with updated visuals, gameplay. Oh, okay, so it's a little different. Oh. Adds items, additional areas, mini boss, and difficulty levels, and a rewritten story that explores Samus's past. So it's changed quite a bit. I'm aware of Zero Mission, but want to beat the OG Metroid legit, even if via emulator. Yeah, okay, that's respectable. Respectable. Yeah, just lining this stuff now. I want to add like her stuff is typically shinier, so I gotta like add some. Shiny around the tip as well, so. Are there any series that you recently got into via a later installment? Hmm, there was one. And yes, oh my god, which one was it? Like I played it and then I went back to the older ones. I think what it was. No, I was gonna say Final Fantasy VII, but I played Final Fantasy VII first. Then I played the remake. As a franchise in and of itself. Uh, what was it? I can't remember. Oh, you know what? The Donkey Kong Country Returns games. Um, I played the original a long time ago, long time ago. But I played Returns, the original Returns, and then I kind of went back into the older Donkey Kong Country games. Um, the ultimate one is gonna be Zelda, because I started with Ocarina of Time, and then I went back to the older games. But that was like me when I was much younger. How about you? Was there like you played a later game in the franchise and all that? Just drawing the butt over here, the hips. How's it looking right now? The lines might be a little too thick. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be all in the shadows, so I don't want to like. Started with Wind Waker, similar story with me. I didn't have an N64 and wasn't really aware of the history back then. Yes, same here. I didn't know about the history of this series. Like I was way too young, and also not only was I way too young, um, they hadn't made a Zelda game in years at that point. For Ocarina of Time. I think it was 1993 they made Link's Awakening, and then 1998 Ocarina of Time came out. So it was like a big gap for them. But I guess now it's a pretty normal gap. Technically, a lot of games from that era had the same problem. I couldn't choose to play the first Fire Emblem. That's actually true. Yeah, I had no idea who Marth and Roy were like at all. I didn't know they were from their own game. Even though I think the name was on the trophy, like where they come from in Melee, they leave the names on the trophy. I think. So they should like. Maybe I was just an idiot as a kid. Not to think about it. Never even bothered to look up what Fire Emblem was. If I had the option of playing Secret of Mana, not released in UK, I wouldn't have known that the Sword of Mana existed. Name of the game was different for each reason. Yeah, that was another thing back in the day. They just changed. They did a lot more translation changes. Yeah, there was a. I never played Secret of Mana either. I have the art book now. It's somewhere over there. Freaking fucking beautiful. That's what it is. But yeah, it's kind of sucks. Also, I was like a Nintendo guy. I think Secret of Mana was like a PlayStation game, right? Actually, no, it was Super Nintendo, right? I don't think your first thought would be to look it up. To be fair, Brawl and Smash 4 were cool for having demos of select games. That's right. They had those demos, and people beat the demos. Super NES, yeah, I didn't get the Super NES for Secret of Mana. I remember people beat the Zelda demo, like they glitched it with Ace, and then like they beat the 5 minute demo or something. Masterpieces. I have the guidebook artbook for Trials of Mana. That it's amazing. It is truly amazing. Super unique, very beautiful. First mana was Game Boy. Second mana is SNES. Third mana was SNES. Series went PlayStation for a while afterwards. Yeah, it sucks that like a lot of these I missed. Because like I think Super Mario World is like my favorite 2D Mario now, but I never played it at the time or like even close to the time. I think I played it on the Game Boy something. What else did I miss? Link to the Past. That was another thing. I didn't know Link to the Past was a or like Ocarina of Time borrowed so much from Link to the Past. Like even in structure, like the dungeons and stuff that you would go to in order and all that. The sages. Pretty sure was from Link to the Past. I think that's where the Master Sword came in as well. Like so much of it was I thought it was from Ocarina of Time. Seven wise men, seven sages. Oh wow. We were just talking about this, and IGN had a video a day ago about don't miss these awesome indie fighting games from Evo 2025. Huh. I just saw this. Link to the Past for early 3D Zelda is like Legend of Zelda for Breath of the Wild. They are masters of translating their past work forward. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like they're like the people who invented that basically, right? They translated Mario into 3D, then they translated Zelda into 3D. They sort of translated Kirby into 3D, sort of. Um, Star Fox, sort of. Metroid was like a perfect translation. Then Kirby, the new one, Lost World. Like they were kind of the guys who invented it. Yeah, I haven't watched the whole video from IGN, but I knew most of the games already. Frostfire is probably the one I've been anticipating the longest. Okay, I never heard of that. I'll look into this. Let me see the. I remember Combo Devils. I watched some of the how to play videos to see exactly what that game was about. And it was kind of interesting that they would like very much make the target combo MVC system like the Magic series sort of thing. That's an interesting take. Um I guess it's very different than what I'm used to from like Smash games, but I guess that's the point. You should try to be different, right? Keep watching this video. I actually also looked into Yomi or your only move is hustle. That does seem a little interesting because I want to like if it's something I can just add to the platform fighter, like it's a lot easier for me just to think about it, right? Because I can just do it. I don't have to ask anybody. Yomi Hustle is interesting for sure, but what did you have in mind? So I liked it's like a little complicated. It's not like there's one thing in Yomi Hustle that I like I just took and put in my game. Like I like the idea of like the speed. Like there was like a thing like if you hit someone in the air, I had this idea like if you knew what like in Yomi Hustle, if you knew what they're gonna do, you can keep hitting them. But like, what if you hit someone in the air and every time, and like that would like keep you in the air, right? It would keep you both in the air, and you could like try to hit them again. So like in my game, you had like air dashing or air dash cancel. You have three of them, but you know how sometimes in rivals also Claren, if he tippers or if she tippers, it like stuns you. So I was thinking something like that, combining those two. Like one character, if they tipper, they kind of they don't do like a lot of knockback. They kind of both of you kind of stop knockback or kind of are held in place, and then you can like cancel or you can stay in the air and you can hit them again. So you can kind of like you can tipper someone and then if you're in the right spot you can tipper them again and you can just kind of do a like a fake ladder or like a very simple ladder combo. Um, or you could just use it to extend your combos, basically. Like it wasn't like a particular mechanic Yomi Hustle has. It was more like the idea. Suspend. It would suspend you in the air. That's a word I was looking for. Suspend you both in the air. I don't know. Did that with tippers on a kid? Yomi Hustle doesn't do that with tippers. That's a rivals mechanic. I think with Claren. If she tippers you, you are stunned. I think you're it stuns you and like keeps you in place. So I was trying to combine that, but in Yomi Hustle, you can like hit people in the air a bunch of times, like, and then like teleport somewhere else and hit them again. If you just I think if you just hit them right, because like you can plan the knockback in Yomi Hustle, right? You know what's where it's gonna be. All right, here we go. Frostfire. Oh wait, I know this game. I did see this game. Frostfire is like, yeah, this game is interesting. This is a cartoony game. It's interesting. They kind of do the cartoony runs and stuff. A lot of games are bubbling out of sight through Discord, Patreon, and itch. Frostfire was one I found while waiting for Blazing Strike. Not played, but it is out. Yeah, I did see Blazing Strike. I did see like there were some issues with it, but yeah. Okay, so like, yeah, indie games like because there's so much now. There's so much like social media just in general. There's so many ways to get your game out there. Um, I think the best quote I found, it was like a long quote, but at the end, it's like, it only takes 10 years to become an overnight success. I think that's a great one because, like, you never know these games working in the background, and then all of a sudden, they look like all of a sudden it comes to you. It's just like you just heard about it now because it blew up suddenly. I think that it's a great quote. I think the biggest thing actually about Blazing Strike, it was like really expensive. Let me see, is it still expensive? Where are you? It's $40. All right. I think that's a little too. I think it was a little too high, but Street Fighter 5 is 25%. Oh, what the hell? No. Why is it 20? Why is Street Fighter 6 25% off? What's happening? Oh, Capcom sales. All right. That's why. There's a sale. Blazing Strike wasn't actually that expensive, but it had a decent number of issues and didn't drop in price for a while. Yeah, I mean, I feel like me personally, I don't mind paying $60 for an indie game. Like, personally, like it's not $50, $60 is not that big a deal. But yeah, I think there were some other problems with it. Also, a lot of alternatives to Blazing Strike range from being less than $10, indies and classics, and Street Fighter 6 T8 go on sale lower than Blazing Strike. Yeah, right now Street Fighter 6 is actually lower than Blazing Strike. Street Fighter 6 is $30. Blazing Strike is 40. Yeah, I can see that. Mortal Kombat is $16. Mortal Kombat 1. Yeah, WB is doing a up to 90% off sale. 67% off for Mortal Kombat. I might. And the definitive edition is $35. That's, yeah, 50% off. I might get this. That's a pretty good deal. Ends in 20 hours. That's a really good deal, actually. Yeah, I have no problem with paying $60 for the right indie. Blazing Strike just wasn't the right indie for me at 40. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Same here. I like again didn't play it, but it didn't look really that interesting to me. Even though love that is 2D hand drawn, will always be a plus for me. Okay. I think WB are quitting on MK1 now, but it isn't as bad as when they were doing so with Suicide Squad. That game was $10. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a lot. Whoa. Did you see the tournaments for Blazing Strike? Yeah, oh my god, I did because that Tiger dude had an infinite on every character. Uh infinite grapple combo in every character. I think I do remember this. Yeah, it was a very very poor showing at the tournament. Very bad look for it. And I think the pros told them like just before the tournament started. They just showed people it, and at the grand finals was just the two Tiger dudes, if I remember properly. Alexander was a Tiger dude, yeah. Uh yeah, it sucks. I hope they fixed it. Are they still like updating Blazing Strike? New Strike review in 3 minutes. Let me see most recent filters, upload date. Give me some. So music. Doesn't look like I'm getting much, unfortunately. I think it's like one guy made it. I think the Infinite was known months before the tournament. It wasn't hidden tech. The game came out with a number of infinites, some escapable. Uh, I'm sure the game is still getting patches. I hope so. Because I remember for Skullgirls, well, they had infinite protection, but I remember for Skullgirls, they were talking about the patches these days. They were talking about, oh, do you want to make Skullgirls too? And he says, like, you know, as much as we patch Skullgirls, it could be Skullgirls too. And I feel like if they patch any fighting game long enough, it will like really be good, legitimately. The indie fighter I wanted to succeed most was Diesel Legacy. I did see that. That was cool. It was a cool steampunk look. Let me see, or I guess Diesel Punk, but Legacy. There it is. The Brazen Age. Oh, did it do well? I didn't actually read like I didn't actually see a lot of it. It was only 8 months ago. The same around the same time. Oh, this is like this is like a four-player game. Four-player mayhem, single-player campaign, cheap, competitive, great art, amazing music. Yeah, the art is really fun. The backgrounds are really good. It even had a demo with competition over a year before release. Oh, that's cool. Like actual like beta, the beta meta. Like I guess multiverses, but I guess multiverses was a little. They had a bunch of problems. They had microtransactions in the beta, but same with Overwatch. These are really good animations, actually. Yeah, people were competing in person at smaller events before release. I think marketing or something must have messed up towards the end somehow. Yeah, because I didn't really like see much of anything. I don't know. It's like 8 months ago it came out or something. I think almost done with this. There are some complaints about it which I think are deserved. One which kept me from purchasing briefly, but nothing substantial. That's yeah. It's kind of sucks with indie games. They can be very like you need to have everything working. Like you need to have the gameplay, the marketing, the music, the art, everything has to be working together, and you can like really mess up towards the end. You don't have the cushion of like a big brand. That's a big problem. Now the main complaint is no players, unsurprisingly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's annoying. I think that's where like the single player and modes come into play. Yeah, it seems like people need to be convinced that there is a high player count to even acknowledge single player and optional modes, if you ask me. Yeah, it's got to be like an event, you know? People like to be a part of something, and like if it's something no people aren't playing, that's actually a big thing against it. More than like, you play a multiplayer game, you want people to play it, but it's more than that. It's like bad word of mouth, right? You have good word of mouth, and everyone will like flock to it. Bad word of mouth will also like keep people away from it. People really have it's very powerful because the word of mouth comes from their friends and stuff. So it's like it gets this air of like, oh, there's something wrong with it. Why would I pay for it? Like I think that's a big thing about Marvel Rivals is because like Overwatch was huge and it was like this big new player after so many hero stuff died. But this is like it's like an event more than just a game. I think because like even if you're like bad at fighting games, at like Smash, you're terrible at Smash. You don't even play Smash for multiplayer. You want to be a part of like you want to be a part of that community, sort of thing, and you just play the single player mode. I know people like that. They don't even play online. Sometimes they want to play with friends, so and even then, that's rare. Generating the event factor is a battle, yeah, because it's a PR thing, right? How are you perceived? It's not something you can completely control, which I guess is why companies spend millions of dollars controlling it with marketing, their brand, and everything. With Smash, I'm sure the majority just play offline and with local friends, and that might even apply to select bigger traditional fighters. Yeah, typically with people like in your friend group that you have a chance against. Like you always hear about that, like the friend that plays too much and now no one wants to play with them. I've had that happen a little bit more recently because I've been like I do play with I play with non-competitive players, but before like back in college, I just only play with competitive players. So they were better than me. So okay, almost done here. I guess that's where like Tekken Force mode came in too. I didn't realize it was in so many games, but that was probably part of it. And of course Tekken Ball and all that. SF has had some options since Street Fighter 2, I think by lowering your health. Not just picking Dan since Alpha. Yeah, actually, well, Street Fighter had like so many modes. Now that I think about it, Street Fighter 2 especially, so many different versions, sorry. Then they had console stuff, and yeah. They were, I mean, they were the original. They had like the car destroying game, stuff like that, and the barrel destroying game. Not sure if you know, but you can manually set your percent to say 100, which makes you have to play like a god to beat your foe. Was that an alpha? Like the handicaps, I guess, right? You can even make it scale based on your wins. So if I start losing, my starting percent stays the same, but my friend goes up. Yeah, oh wait, yeah, I think like yeah, I think this there was like a comeback factor in Alpha. Street Fighter 2 has a health handicap select. Alpha just got blatant since Dan sucks and exists to flex on people. Yeah, like the Ganondorf, right? It's always hype when someone picks Ganondorf, even though it wasn't like blatant, but like he just sucks. But I think Sakurai was talking about doing that on purpose, at least, like Pichu in Melee, because uh it was very hype when people beat people with it. Like they do that on purpose. Same with Yun in Street Fighter 4. It's like it brings the community together when you have overpowered characters. Or with Johnny and Exter, like, or Johnny in general, they said like the character's personality is supposed to be cool, and being strong is part of being cool. So it's like they do that on purpose, which is it's annoying, but from what I hear, Johnny has as many haters as admirers do. The balance, yeah. Johnny and Exert was like a real problem, even though like he was like very few people could actually beat like win tournaments with him because he was actually pretty technical. He's so cool as a cap. Hey, man. I think the thing is like he is cool. He's like they did a very good job making him cool, but he's like he's such a problem. Like he's so powerful. Uh, Almost done here. Uh, Any composers you like in games? I only know. I think I only know about like three, unfortunately. It's Koji Kondo, obviously. Jun Sinoue for Sonic. The guy who does all the Final Fantasy music. Was it Nobuo Uematsu? I think that was his name. Um. Hmm. Actually, I think that's the only ones I know by name. The person who did Midna's Lament. It was this lady who did Midna's Lament in Twilight Princess. Surprised you didn't know the name of the KH composer. I don't know their names, but them definitely. I mean, like Utada Hikaru is not. They just actually licensed that song. She had. I don't think she had anything to do with it. Uh, the game itself, but I don't know them. Let me look them up. It does have some Yoko Shimomura. Okay, no, I don't remember this name. But I think she got like basically her own spin-off game. Like it was all the music. Memory of Melodies or Melody of Memories, one of them. Yoko Shimomura is super legendary. Yeah, I should know this person. But I mean, the Kingdom Hearts games are like next level amazing music. Oh my god, she did so much. Final Fight, even Street Fighter 2. Oh man, I didn't know she was this far in. Kingdom Hearts, obviously. She did SF2, Mana, Final Fight, Kingdom Hearts. Damn. It's like, I should really. I just feel ashamed not knowing this person. Xenoblade, yeah. Some Final Fantasy ones. Radiant Historia. Looks like this is a fair game. Mario and Luigi's games. She also did them, damn. Super Mario RPG, damn. Street Fighter 6? She did a song for Street Fighter. Oh, I mean, I guess she would have to because obviously she's so famous. She did a song. Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming out, yeah. Okay, all the and this is like endless. The Memoria Shion's theme. Or Vector to the Heavens. That I really like. She also did sound effects for SF2. I remember her talking about it being very tough in a video interview for an anniversary. Yeah, the Street Fighter 2 Street Fighter 2 sound effects like the Hadoken, like apparently they didn't know that no one knows who did it. So it could be just some random guy. Like it's pretty interesting back in the day. We are at 999 subscribers. Almost there. I think we're done here. And I'm gonna do the easy mode. Uh-oh. Okay, what's missing? $999 subs. I think you'll just continue as usual for the 1K. I assume yeah, I'm just keep going. I'm gonna keep going for 1K. I'm gonna make a 1K like video. So I have a bunch of comments I can go through. I'll do a quick Q&A video. I have another one for like a little story time thing. And then I'm planning to make like smaller long form videos to see how to push people towards long form. Because eventually I have to get more. Like long form is more like people will go back and watch it, I think, and also I can talk more about the development in general. But people seem to be interested in the development now, so I'll be continuing that. Nope, there's still a problem here. Something got inside somewhere. No, not there. Oh, right here. Okay. then we're going to inverse, and then we're going to select, modify, contract by 1. And do, and then you can just fill this with something. Doesn't really matter right now. There you go. Oh. Now we have a very clean silhouette here. That, I gotta cut that out. Making a little few. Man, I'm a freaking tourist. I didn't know about Yoko Shimomura. I don't know her name. She's like everywhere. I'm still looking at her stuff. Who's your favorite composer? You're not a tourist. I'm just the kind of people who looks at credits and even writes them on a bunch of sites. Well, I appreciate it. Knowing the stuff like behind these video games, because like companies don't seem to care about them as much either, right? They're like more willing to throw them away, and like you're keeping game preservation is very like, knowing the history behind this stuff is like really important. Accurately chronicling this stuff while at the time is really important. $1,000. Let's fucking go. A lot of things from Shinji Hosoe. Actually, let me screenshot this. Oh, I guess I can just do this. Got it. Okay. We made it. Let's see what's Shinji. Yo, Street Fighter, yeah, Ridge Racer. Damn. That's huge. Oh my god. Ridge Racer has incredible music. He has a lot of notable colleagues, but I know him from fighting games like Clash of Ninja and Hunter x Hunter. Oh, he's doing Net Impact. Also, visual novels like Zero Escape. He was also part of the team of SFEX composers, yeah. Oh shit, he did Bushido Blade, some of Tekken 2, Speed Racer. Lots of racer games. Dirt Dash, Rave Racer, Ridge Racer 1 and 2, Cyber Sled. Custom Robo. Yeah. Damn. Mega Man, Xenosaga. No Game No Life is an anime which has this arrangement. Some arrangements were based on games I played. Damn, he's even gone to anime. I didn't watch No Game No. Then again, I don't watch much anime, especially modern anime. Clash of Ninja 2. A bunch of Ridge Racers. He was part of the later Ridge Racers. No Game No Life. Sergeant Frog. Oh man. Uh what was this? This is a spin-off of an anime, Sergeant Frog. I forgot it. He and his team's Mega Man Network transmission music is so good. I already love Mega Man Battle Network. Love Battle Network. I think that was actually. Besides, when I was a very young kid, I played Mega Man, the original Mega Man, but I think on PC or something. I think I don't have an NES. After that, I didn't play Mega Man for a long time, and then I played Battle Network. Actually, it's gonna be mostly skin, so I'm gonna. Whether I want to be reading a creepy novel or energized Shinji Hosoe's got me. I mean, yeah, this guy can do anything. Don Don Pachi Diojo. Oh wow, this is actually a very sad looking game. It's so extreme. Beat Mania. There we go. Tetris, Alice Gear Aegis. Don't know them. Zero Escape. There they are. Fate Extra. Also did that. Oh wait. Oh, this thing. 999. Yeah, this one you're telling me about. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, yeah. 999. I actually got into a bunch of things which had composed for by accident. Then I realized that it was all him and his company. Which had yeah, I guess like music. It's like I guess a less well known thing, like the style of music. It's not something as obvious, right? His art style. 999 is the first Zero Escape game. He composed for all three. Yeah, it looks like. Man, this guy did. Whew. All the custom Robo game, or a lot of the custom Robo games. I'm still kind of surprised. He's like, it's amazing. He did the Ridge Racer soundtrack. That's amazing. This is like classic. I'm listening to one of them. This is like classic Sonic music too, like this era, um, this style. Do you have a favorite Street Fighter OST? I think it would have to be Street Fighter EX games, even over Street Fighter 3. New Generations and Second Impact included. Ah man, Street Fighter 3. Street Fighter 3 is amazing, man. Okay. For me, it's kind of between Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3, but it's got to be Street Fighter 3. Street Fighter 3 was like that era is kind of like that era of 90s music and like early 2000s, that sort of thing. That was like really really big for me. For Street Fighter anyway. Like 90s music in general I really like. So I know EX has like a with Ridge Racer there are a lot of great contributors. I believe Shinji Hosoe and Super Sweep are freelancers who don't show up for each title. Yeah. He only I think he was like for 1 and 2. He was there and then the other ones he was contributor. Street Fighter EX though, yeah. I know it has like very good. I mean, Street Fighter, I don't think it's ever missed, honestly, with the soundtrack. Um, I think my favorite. What's your favorite song from EX? I hope Capcom do SFEX collection someday. I can definitely find a way to play them. Man, they should like remake with them, like in now in 3D. Um, SF6 has been a bit iffy with some songs, but good overall. Yeah, the thing is like I can't like point to one of the songs and be like, yeah, this is like generation. This is a fucking masterpiece. Like, they changed Guile's theme, which I was not cool with. Like, it wasn't the new one wasn't that good. Jamie's theme is great. Ryu's theme is great. But yeah, they're less memorable, I guess. Favorite song from EX: Doctrine Dark, or Guile's theme, or Ken's theme. Let's see. I guess they did make that 3D EX game. What it was like it had some name. Yeah, what was it? Arika. What's the name? Fighting Layer. I think they called it that. Fighting EX Layer. Yeah. If fighting EX layer counts, there is a great highway song. Yeah, fighting EX layer will count. Yeah, even though like I think it didn't get as much attention as it deserved. It was a cool. I like Skullomania. Obviously, I like this goofy character, but he's like everyone likes him, but he's so fun. Uh, with Street Fighter 6, I'm glad they took some risk with character designs and music. Yeah, I mean, at this point, they already were remade in 4. Basically, that was like Street Fighter 2 remade in 3D. So they've kind of already done the remix. Doctor in Dark is very chill. All right, yeah, I remember this one. Guile's theme is pretty cool. I think Guile and Ryu got it right. Rashid kind of nerfed his song though. Let's see Rashid's song. No more right. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I do remember the Street Fighter 5 Rashid theme. This is way more chill. Dubai step. Okay. Yeah, okay. The Street Fighter 5 one is way better. Well, Maurice says the new character probably got the weakest song in Street Fighter 6 for a character. Stage song in Street Fighter 6 are good, quite good though. That's Rashida. None of these like themes is like I really want to go back and listen to. Is besides Jamie's and Ryu's. The Guilty Gear themes are the ones I really want to listen to. Those are incredible. The those I go back to quite a bit. I think Lily also had a catchy song, and Kimberly at least had a gimmick where she could switch the songs, right? Like mid game. Okay, yeah, this one I also know, but they're too chill. A lot of these songs are a little too chill for me, anyway. They're like way too much in the background. Like a video game music, I think should be really upfront, like part of the experience. I haven't gotten into GG as much, but I've loved what I've heard so far. For Blaze Blue, I've enjoyed them a lot, and there's even a rhythm game. Yeah, Blaze Blue was like a big franchise. So many different things. I remember all the CD dramas. Pretty sure there was a lot of them. If you want the best chill and atmospheric songs in fighting games, Tekken 4. Final answer. Okay, yeah, Tekken 4 does have like the atmosphere going. I know there were some issues, like it was like had some. I think that one had some problems. That or Tekken 5. I can't remember which, but yeah, it had like the atmosphere going for it. It was T4. Tekken 4 is divisive balance wise, and Tekken 5 set the foundation for the rest of the series. Yeah. I remember hearing like Tekken 4 almost destroyed the series because it was like it was seen as like a big failure, and then like Tekken 5 was the Hail Mary or something, stuff like that. It was like the brawl of the series. Yeah. So I guess Brawl would be more. Brawl was the one that set the tone for the rest of the series at that point. It was kind of both T4 and T5, very divisive, but it was where Smash went. Smash 4 and Ultimate are based on, like, very squarely based on Brawl. I think T4 sold well, but they couldn't continue with that balance and stage design primarily. I think it may be the Tekken game I want to play most though. Actually, is Tekken on PC? Steam. Oh, I think it's 7. Only 7 and 8. 5? Nope. 4. Nah, it's just nah. Kind of lame. No points for guessing why. It is the music in Tekken Force mode. Yeah. I mean, I kind of want to see like when Tekken was a little simpler, you know. But it's simpler only because there wasn't as much like stuff in it. Like Tekken is a series that kind of stacks over time. I fear for what T9 will be. You know that Tekken is unique for being a series that add moves for all characters between patches. Yeah, it's still like yeah, Tekken's like famous for like maintaining legacy skills. Whereas everyone wants to like simplify the games, they just keep making it more complicated. It doesn't add selectable grooves or supers or just change properties here and there. Jin just has a different moves which are stacked onto his kit. Yeah. It is definitely like especially nowadays, especially during the whole 10 years of accessibility thing or simplification like that everyone is doing. Ugh. These colors are wrong, but I'm just gonna get these on the page. Might as well change the colors now. I'll make these like really bright. Are there any other divisive games you're interested in checking out? Divisive games. Uh, well, Street Fighter 3 was, I think, at the time divisive. The problem with a lot of these games become cult classics. Marvel MVC2 was considered. SNK versus Capcom is another one. That's true. There was also one that was like, I think CVS Chaos was like just terrible. I'm not sure if it was divisive. I think it was just terrible. I think it's trying to like it might be coming back. Yeah, the SVC and the CVS series are pretty good. What games are you looking to try out? I guess like I'm thinking of single player games. I'm trying to look for single player games. I'm thinking I'm more interested in. Uh, Man, that's really hard. I really need to play more video games. Oh, one of the Mario Kart games is like hated. The one for the Wii or Double Dash. Yeah, SVC Chaos is reportedly terrible, but there was a tournament that made it look fun, so I'm interested. Yeah, see, the thing is like, because I don't know why it's terrible. I just people have said it's terrible. I think CVS 2 is like the super good one, like the one that's like everyone knows and loves. Yeah, but one of the Mario Karts, Double Dash, because I played it and I remember having fun with Double Dash and the Wii version. Mario Kart Wii isn't hated. Double Dash was definitely more divisive than most titles. Yeah, I think one of them was like was had a people had a problem with one of the Mario Karts. One of them, I don't know which one. Double Dash, I enjoyed. I thought it was fun. Maybe like the DS version. Can't remember. When we think about how MVC2 and Street Fighter 3 started out, I guess a lot of games started divisive, but some can't shake off their rep at all. Yeah. Some kind of just like become cult classics, and then some, eh, unfortunately. I think like there's an issue I think with Brawl is that like yeah, it doesn't have that good a reputation on the internet, but like among people who grew up with it, it has a good reputation, and also, but the problem is that like Smash 4 and Ultimate are so much like Brawl that like I think casuals and even low level players they don't feel a need to go back and play it. It's too close to 4 and Ultimate in feel. I think that's a big problem Brawl has to come over because if you Melee is just like fundamentally different from like if you play it at a casual level, Melee and is fundamentally different from like Ultimate and 4. So like there's something there you can like be interested in. I think that's an issue with like if Brawl's gonna shake off its like destroyed reputation basically by the internet. Even though like at the time everyone loved it, it was just a very normal game. I think Street Fighter 3 was for MVC 2. It was a mix of music and missing buttons. I think Street Fighter 3 was mainly handicapped by the roster from a casual side. 2 Alpha and EX has all the favorites. Yeah, yeah. Freak Fighter. Street Fighter 3 was called Freak Fighter, and I think that makes sense. we're in a good time since people really missed those freaks from Street Fighter 3. Yeah. Q I think is really big. Um People were talking about G and Q. I'm surprised there's so many fans for 12. That's surprising. Like I didn't realize. I guess he is kind of an underdog character because he's like kind of perceived as bad, but oh, actually, you know what game really like Freak Fighter the game is really the Darkstalkers series, and I think that's the problem with it. Like they're all freaks except the girls. I think Donovan is the only like normal dude in that series. But for the most part, it's like just the freaks. Like you look at that franchise and you say, "Oh, yeah, that's why only Morgan is remembered from this game." Even someone like Dimitri, who is like has a Kuma's face, he's like so close. I think I'm missing like a guy who's like handsome. I think Street Fighter 6 may have enough crossovers for now, but I'd like to see an Arika character in Street Fighter 6 with an SF character appearing in Fighting Lair. I mean, yeah, I think I'm obviously just gonna see Skullomania because he's like the famous one, but yeah. Who's that dude with a big mustache? Darun, I think his name is. I think they reused Morgan's sprite enough that people forgot the other characters existed. Yeah, and he's like that. It's that same sprite from like 1996 or something. Darun Mister. Yeah, I liked him. He was fun. He was a goofball. All right. These colors aren't matching up really, but I can fix that pretty simply. Yeah, okay. We got one for the back of her clothes are also in some blue color. Okay, I think. Okay, colors are off, but I'll get it. All right. Where is this thing? UI, talk sprites, this one. This is how I make sure everything works. Everything's lined up, sorry. Okay, and now we're centered basically. This one. What? Oh, is it open? Oh man. All right, here we go. Almost done. Almost done for today. I'm going to. All right, good enough for this. Okay. And now I'm going to put this in the game. One second. Actually, let me open Unity and stop you. So I can show you guys the game. Okay. And now a lot of file work. I gotta take this and do assets, UI. Come on. Come on. Talk sprites. Paste. Replace. Excellent. All right, now, moment of truth. Did I get it all right? Or did I fail? Studio mode. Okay. Transition. So this should do it. Yep, we got it. There it is. Okay, it doesn't show up all the time, but I'll get it. Eventually, we'll get it. Again. Yeah, there it is. Yep. Great, wonderful. So wait, did I have to draw the battle the belt? I didn't have to draw anything below like the spikes. Ah, that's sad. Okay, let's transition back. Okay, nice. Happy 1,000 subscribers. Thank you. 1,001 now. Yeah, so I'll keep putting out videos, but gotta keep the momentum going. Oh yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna just tomorrow will be platform fighter stuff, and then we'll continue. It's great for an art book at least. Yep. Oh my god, an art book. I should make more art. My god. Oh, that's what the streams are for. So, I will. Thanks for coming. I'll see y'all. Thanks for talking. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Video mode. Be right back. Duh. I won't be able to see you tomorrow, but best of luck. Hey, no problem. Thanks, man. I'll be here every week, as many weeks as I can. Why aren't you working? Properties, close. Oh right, it's this transition. Yeah. I'll see you.